adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Good morning, councillors and officers, for the meeting on the 17th. So, look, what I could do is welcome. Firstly, I'll open with traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, the Drummle people, and pay my respects to the elders, past, present, and emerging. I extend that respect to our neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gungaloo Nation people, the Barada, Cabelbarra, and Yetamarala people. I also acknowledge the Torres Strait Islander people whose lands are in the Torres Strait but who live and work on Aboriginal land. So good morning, councillors. We have a number of apologies. Councillor Fisher is online. Is that a real background, Councillor Fisher, or something?
No.
It's a real live one. Under the trees. And Councillor Smith is leave of absence, so otherwise we have a full deck. And could I have a move in a second with regards to the leave of absence for Councillor Smith? I'm happy to move. Seek a second. Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Seeking confirmation from the previous minutes, councillors, from the community's meeting. Again, I'm happy to move those previous minutes. Seek a seconder. Councillor Mathers, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, the declaration of interest in matters on the agenda, councillors. Do we have any declarations? Nothing there to record. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my computer. But the confidential report, there's a verbal update, and in amongst that is a verbal update on the PCYC, and I need to declare a conflict of interest in that.
So you wish to step out of the room, or would you like to put it to the table?
Yes.
Okay. Righto.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I think you've already declared that previously.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Was it prescribed or declarable?
Declarable, I think.
Well, it's sort of changed.
Yeah, I think it's gone to a declarable.
It's gone from declarable to...
No, it's gone from prescribed to declarable.
Yeah. So...
Okay. Well, we'll note that. Councillors, if there are any other items that arise throughout the meeting, please let us know and we'll deal with them at that time. Councillors, moving on to the full agenda. There's no public forums deputation, no business outstanding. I'll move into the officers' reports. 8.1, the Community Assistance Program major application. 8.1, Who has that one, Alicia?
So I will, Mr Mayor. Carrie is busy getting ready for the Homeless Connect event. That's this week, so they are flat out. So councillors, this one's an application for the event, that's Women That Fish, and it's for major sponsorship. So the maximum amount that we will assist under the Community Assistance Program. And just noting, councillors, that this will be preserved out of this year's budget, but it will actually happen on the 2nd or 3rd September this year, so next financial year. So we'll sort of carry that commitment. Happy to take any questions, councillors, and probably also just plug you for a reminder to fill out that survey that I've sent to you to collect your ideas around how we may improve this grants program into the future.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Alicia. Councillor Wickerson?
Thanks, Mayor. Just happy to support this. I think if you look at the number of participants and also the family members, I think it's at 120 competitors. I didn't see the breakup there, but I imagine a lot of those, if not the majority, would be from out of town, so they need somewhere to stay, up to 4 nights accommodation. So you do the math on that, and the economic impact to our hospitality and accommodation businesses would be far more than what the sponsorship is. And on top of that, it's our reputation to keep reinforcing our position as the Barramundi capital of the universe. I think is probably invaluable as well if we want to maintain that as one of our tourism mainstays.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Wickerson. So you're happy to move. Councillor Latcham, question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to comment on that, sorry, if I may.
Yep, go on.
So, yeah, great event, obviously very good for the region. I guess, the question is probably to Alicia, is there a mechanism to, when they state in this report there's an estimate of 160 competitors and approximately 120 family members, is there a report that they bring back to us to actually give us what the real numbers were in the end, or?
As part of the acquittal, yes, they do a report back. That's not specifically something that we tick off. Sometimes the people give it to us, sometimes they don't. So depending on, like if it's a ticketed event, those things are quite easy to maintain, whereas if it's an open family event, you know, there's not the mechanisms always. So, but they do report back to us.
That's great to hear, because obviously if they're going to look for sponsorship next year, we just need to see what did they say, what was it, and that would be a consideration in any future grant. So, but happy to support this.
Yeah, thank you. And again, probably echo those comments of being involved with previous events when the presentations of trophies and what's happened in there, and yeah, very well attended from people from other locations coming into the town and spending their money while they stay here and go fishing. Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I was privileged last year to be a part of going to the presentations evening, which was great, and definitely those numbers I can concur were there, and certainly the people that have come from out of town, I can attribute that was definitely the case. I learnt a lot of really interesting things about how women fish. And I can't share those today, but I'm happy to take it offline if anyone wants to know what I picked up. It was really good info. No, I still haven't been out in a boat to fish, and maybe this year is the year for me to grab a line and see how game I am to go out. But I commend the 2 women that have actually started this, instigated this, and it has travelled, and as they've said that, they're expecting people from all over the country to come back to Rockhampton. I think it's a great event, and it's a real privilege for us to be able to support these local events in this capacity. They definitely couldn't resound enough their thanks and their gratitude, and the fact that they needed that support. So yeah, I am happy to second that with Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Again, yes, it's you learn some from the previous ones about how I think there's a bit of payback that comes on because the males have to steer the boat and drive the boat, and I think the females are the captains and really rule the roost over the weekend.
You are right in that, Mr Mayor. There were a lot of men there, and that is absolutely right. It's a real family event. All the children are involved as well.
They all have a great time, and it's great putting reputations of our mighty Fitzroy and what that potential is going forward. And again, sustainable fishing and what they do, those practices there are really followed to the T too. So that said, councillors, if there are no further questions on that, I'll put that one. Those in favour? Those opposed? Councillor Rutherford, I understand that one. So motion's carried, and we'll move on to our next item, which is 8.2. Councillor Rutherford, yes, yes. Recorded against? No, just voted against it, just, yep. Motion carried. Thank you. We'll move on to 8.2. Thanks, John.
Through the Chair, good morning everybody. Here we have our covering report regarding the policy for naming rights and the accompanying procedure for the Rockhampton Museum of Art. So the purpose of this report is to present to Council for consideration and adoption the Rockhampton Museum of Art and Naming Rights Policy and Rockhampton Museum of Art Naming Rights Procedure. So the recommendation is that Council adopt this policy and procedure with a review date of May 2024. As you're all aware, the Museum of Art opened on Saturday the 25th. Frequently with these sorts of operations of facilities, we pursue naming rights agreements for different areas and spaces within the Museum of Art. So the policy and the procedure here propose a naming rights process for a defined non-perpetual period, but it does exclude the naming rights of the building as a whole. We've got an attached policy and procedure to establish the framework for going about that process. We have not had one of these policies or procedures before. We've had similar, naming rights procedures for other council pieces of infrastructure, but the objectives of that is a little bit different, so that's why we've got this policy, and I'll put the policy and procedure before council for consideration and welcome any questions.
Thanks very much, John. Great report. Councillors, questions to that report? Councillor Fisher, I see you waving there.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, the only thing was was happy with the policy, just the time for review, which is May 2024, which more than likely that's just after the council election. If there was new councillors, it really needs more chance for them to actually get to understand. I would probably think September, October would be a better time just to allow that settling period.
John, is there any concern?
No, happy to take that advice.
Yeah.
It fits with how you'd like the council present table to work, of course.
It's probably prudent that we look at that, give the new council time to understand what that policy would be. So we could just change that date, if that's okay, to October instead of May. Please, Linda. Okay, thanks, John. Questions? I'll go Councillor Wickerson, then Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Wickerson.
Yep. Thanks, Mr Mayor. No, happy in principle with this, John, but just a few queries with it. It doesn't, and this may come out in due course, but so it doesn't apply to the whole gallery as such, so it's not going to be the whatever gallery, and that's great. We've had that discussion before, so it's the major spaces, so the different exhibition spaces. And then not down to the finer detail, which I think the Philanthropy Board are running for sponsorship opportunities there. But in that case, and this is the parallel I draw, there's more or less a perspective. So if you want to get this stair tread, it's this amount. Will we be doing something similar, like putting out a prospectus with, okay, this is the space we're talking about, this is how much it is, or is it a bidding system, so the highest bid wins, which might get a bit messy?
Through the table, I don't think it's not really a bidding process, so we do have a prospectus at the moment, which I believe you may have seen in workshops in the earlier iteration. We would have a nominal expectation of value of the different spaces, and part of really one of the reasons why we have the Philanthropy Board is that they then, with these values in mind, make approaches to prospective sponsors, and that would be the way we go about that process. The practicality of maybe smaller opportunities, I wouldn't have anticipated that we'd potentially write a policy towards that or a procedure, but that process, anything that we did from that perspective, we could use this as a guideline to govern it. But I think at the moment, the Philanthropy Board's energies, they probably agree, might be best spent on larger projects or larger rooms. So that's what I'd anticipate.
Well, I was pleased also to read too that and it's great that the Philanthropy Board are involved in this process when we get some nominations, I guess.
Yes, certainly.
But also that the table has some input into that as well. Also pleased to see that there was a range of selection criteria about who we may not accept, which is important.
Very much so, yes. And so you'll see that we talk about an assessment process to be undertaken by officers who then can recommend to other officers. Those identified items about what we would like to assess, they'll be the things which the assessment would be written upon. I didn't feel that there was need to maybe outline all of the documentation in here, but that will inform how we go about the assessment.
Yeah, no, very good. And Mr Mayor, just a final one. It's under 5.6, sponsors that aren't eligible, what we're just talking about. I didn't quite understand or see the difference between item B and H. It's about activities that might limit council's ability to carry out its function. They both read a little bit similar, but is there some subtle difference? And I didn't quite understand maybe an example of what...
Okay.
I get the gist of it, but specifically I couldn't...
My expectation when this is developed with other officers is point C would be clearly to address the regulatory and planning processes with council. So while B might capture other elements beyond regulatory and planning, C I would expect it, my view is that that's there to really clearly state the issues that might be present around regulatory and planning processes.
Mm-hmm. I was just wondering when I was reading through those whether there wouldn't be to not take political donations or that is that caught up in some of the other elements, you know.
So just to be clear, you're talking point B and point H?
B and H.
Yeah.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I guess H has got that subtle difference of perceptions that we'll bring into play there. So that, yeah.
Yeah, but I think amongst all those, that'll pick up ones we don't want as sponsors for our reputation or whatever. So,
certainly, and managing any implications as far as council's impartiality from political or reputational process. That's very much in mind within the policy and procedure, and you'll also see that within the procedure, if things then later become apparent or something changes with that sponsorship partner, we do have the ability to make some alterations there.
Yeah, no, that's very good.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, John. I think I'm absolutely all for the idea of having this opportunity to create some revenue to, again, help the ongoing costs of the art gallery. I noticed that in the procedure 5.1 general principles, it says that naming rights arrangements must be transparent, comply with council's code of conduct, other policies and legislation. Does that include the philanthropy board with conflicts of interest and that type of thing? Do
yeah,
they have to declare, like if they're wanting to actually sponsor a wing or something, how does that work?
If a member of the philanthropy board themselves or their business or their organisation want to sponsor that, my expectation would be, without that in front of me, within the terms of reference of the role of the philanthropy board is that they'd need to make those conflicts of interest apparent. And my expectation would be that if a member of the philanthropy board did want to go about that process themselves, we would probably remove them from that process, just as we would with any other matter.
And just speaking to that one, so we already at the Philanthropy Board have our registered conflicts of interest. So yeah, because we've got the administration that sits with that board, we would essentially, like, let's say if it was the chairperson, well, she would put forward, but then
leave the room.
Exactly the same as here. Leave the room, let the board discuss that without it, and then make that board recommendation without that person involved. So yeah, we already have a list of all their conflicts to manage those as a board.
Yeah, awesome.
And there again, once the philanthropy board brings something to us, it's still beholden upon the officers to make sure all of those matters are addressed as well. So then there'd be a second stage of that.
Okay, sounds great. Because we certainly don't want them to not want to sponsor stuff. The idea is to get as much sponsored as possible so that we've got that revenue. Is there any conversation around extending this to the likes of the zoo and other facilities that we have?
There has been a number of conversations over the years. It takes a group of people. Like if you can picture, there's already this board that is established, but there's a fair overhead with it. And at the moment, we haven't explored opportunities. Like we just have that donation box at the zoo and those pieces. But we've certainly, as part of the Botanic Gardens and Zoo redevelopment project, discussed that. but it's just the overhead that goes with that, and it's probably, we don't have the resources for that at the moment. So, nor the interested people. But I'm not saying that we couldn't seek that or pursue that. Certainly an avenue.
You know, for if we had a local corporation that would want to sponsor one of the new enclosures, for example, that would help us get the new enclosure, I'd be all for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillors, no further questions to John's report. I'll seek a mover in a second. I moved Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to next item, the officers' reports, 8.3, the Park Service Standard Review. Alicia, we might...
Mr Chair, just before the start of that, could I just check? I could have a perceived conflict of interest.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask the CEO, because I give advice, have given advice, not for income, to on some other councils about sort of some areas in their parks. Could that be conceived as a perceived conflict?
No, I don't. The councillor CEO doesn't believe that there's a...
And certainly, so councillors, with this particular topic, and I have prepared a presentation, and I'd ask that we run through that before we launch into a lot of the questions and comments.
So
but Councillor Fisher, where I prepared to go, I would not have thought of that, but I guess we'll just have to judge the discussions as it rolls out.
So at this point, there's no potential or any issue there, Councillor Fisher. So we'll let Alicia run through a presentation, then we'll go to questions, councillors. And we'll go from there. Thanks, Alicia.
Thanks, councillors. I'm just going up here because I've got the PowerPoint, so I didn't want you turning your necks. Okay. And which one is it, Linda?
Can you see that, Councillor Fisher?
Okay. Okay, so in our 21-22 operational plan, a somewhat last-minute addition was to adopt service levels that include defined service levels for parks. So since then, we've had at least one discussion at a workshop and a number of discussions amongst the parks team and management over what council is looking for with this action. So I think I know what we want. Where am I putting it? Okay. So we want our parks to be beautiful 100% of the time. As a resident, I want our parks to be mowed, clean, modern. I want them to be beautiful too. We've had plenty of discussions around different priorities and standards that attract from having our parks beautiful. So as General Manager, our parks must be really a balance between what's functional, what's safe, what can be easily maintained, and in some cases even hard to destroy with vandalism. But they do need to be beautiful. There is not always a perfect solution amongst these competing priorities, and quite often what works in one area doesn't work for the next. They are beautiful, just not 100% of the time. Okay, next one. Okay, so it's clear to me that we need to be better at handling our peak season. After each rain event and high humidity season, there's a pressure to respond quickly. Following the rain last week is absolutely case in point. It's also clear to me that we need to ensure that we take safety first. When we look at the effectiveness of the work done in regards to safety, there's still room for improvement, and there's a number of actions that remain outstanding as a result of incidents. So just note there, I guess, what we want and what we need. So the reality is we have challenges. So I've written a report for you, and it's quite a brutal report if you've had the chance to read that. The report could look to you like a list of excuses. I don't want it to look like that, but I do need you as the board to understand, I guess, our position and the things that we're dealing with. So our teams are working hard to deliver the results that we have on the ground. I'll repeat that. So our teams already are working hard to deliver the results that we have. They work hard to help others and respond to customer requests. They respond to many calls for help, and they're not even about mowing. You know, they're the team and within council that jump in and help out whatever it may be needed. So as I said, our parks are beautiful, just not 100% of the time. So given our current budget situation, we actually need to do better, but with the same financial resources. Okay, so over the years, the parks section has had many managers. There have been plenty of people who have tried to make improvements before now. Some of these initiatives have started, not completed, and some have failed. It's been a tough nut to crack. So councillors, I've been here for 31 years at this council, and I guess this is not going to be my undoing. So I want to get the best possible result from our people and the resources that you give me. Okay, but this change needs to be led from the workers themselves. Like most of us, change is not comfortable, and it will not succeed when it's purely a top-down approach. Okay, we've seen things, we've tried things where it's a top-down approach, and it's with this particular group of people, it doesn't work. So we need to work with our people to overcome their day-to-day hurdles that will make their work as efficient and effective as possible. So I need you to trust myself and Aaron to make this better for you and better for us residents and workers on the whole. So what is my plan? Okay. My first plan is to prioritise and address the safety actions. So number one, we're exposed, and I've got to do that. Again, these need to have staff buy-in. We need our staff to understand the potential risks of the safety incident and not be complacent, to not put production over safety, which is a real thing. They need to get out there, they see the grass mowing, and safety is not their first priority. Secondly, I want to help you with your customer responses. The information that you collect and receive is important, and I want to help you respond and actually analyse this data to see if there's a pattern or problem areas that we can address or attend to. So I was thinking I will create an email, parks feedback at RRC, the rest, so that you can report in your problem. You could even ask that customers email us direct, and this will give me an opportunity to evaluate the problems and then give you a chance to pass the problem over to us. Next, I will be asking Ross and Evan for internal resources to help in this worker-led improvement project. We need help to ensure that we're capturing good information for our decision making, and we need to help and consult and engage with our people. We have a number of stakeholders around council that impact upon our parks. Okay, we've got facilities, we've got workshops, we've got waste, and all of those people need to be along for the ride to improve and make our parks beautiful. This sounds easy, but, and it's a big but, there's a number of priorities around council, and traditionally, the simplicity of parks means that we're at the bottom of the pecking order. Okay, this is the primary reason, this is what I believe, it's the primary reason that it's not great now. Okay, parks is always the poor cousin, and we're at the bottom of that rung. There's even more important things in parks that compete for our resources. Developments in sporting clubs, stadiums, dealing with contamination at sites, redevelopment projects at gardens, are all projects that take away from our managers' resources. So as mentioned earlier, we want to engage with our staff to implement solutions that will make their job better and easier. Their improvements and changes, as I said, will need to be worker-led. I'd also like to engage with our peers for best practice and benchmarking to judge our performance and provide us some ideas to do things differently. Then, councillors, I'll keep you updated on my progress with bi-monthly reports over time, and then we will review the frequency of our parks maintenance. So thank you for hearing me out. Parks, Aaron and I, happy to take questions and open discussions. I guess that's from where we're sitting right now.
Okay, thanks very much, Alicia. Yeah, I think that's a good synopsis of the situation and a way forward. I think we've probably all shared some frustration that we just felt that we weren't able to land on a process there that was delivering. So not holding anyone to account. I think it's just a process there that we needed to look to address and start to deliver for the community and our region looking much better and for people to enjoy and tourists as well. So I've got a couple of lights on, so we might go around to a few questions and then go from there. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and through to Alicia, and thank you for giving us that update and obviously working out a plan, and I hope it succeeds. I think baby steps at this stage, but I was just going to refer to that last one, the report back and review with council. So you're talking about bi-monthly, so that's our CIBs you're referring to?
I would anticipate councillor at this forum, this community services forum, so that I can update you, and it can just be a report that be received, or we can have a discussion then at least.
Okay. And would it contain, for example, I'll use an example we know about, so playground equipment that was replaced out of Lyle Dobbs Park at Sanctuary, would it contain stuff so we actually know what's happening in the region, not necessarily divisions, but in the region, that we could say, yes, this is being upgraded or it's being replaced, and so that we know what's happening in that space?
No, councillor. So this response is around mowing particularly, and working through, I guess, a cultural improvement and following up our safety actions and looking at improvements that we can make on the ground specifically to the mowing and the green, if you like. Those things like that could be issued through a CIB. At the moment, in our monthly operational report, which we only granted, we only had the first one, I think, last month, or we might be 2 in, but that's the report where we would put those projects that are a bit completed in there.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what's happening throughout the whole region regarding playground upgrades or shades over them, or things like that.
It's in that community services monthly report that goes for the whole organisation.
Okay. And the second one...
So probably just to clarify that though, Councillor Latcham would be able to go through to the manager or yourself to ask that question on that specific item though, or put it through pathways?
Stage, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Which, we've done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the second one probably refers to, and I'm coming off the report here, where it talks about a paragraph that says parks are not resourced in brackets, nor should they be, to accommodate the high growth season. And that seems to be one of the biggest issues. So it's kind of implying to me that, I mean, I love my mowing, and I know in summer I'll do it every week, and when in winter it's every 2 or 3 weeks. So surely there'll be less for the park staff to do during winter, so to speak, mowing-wise, compared to summer. But what's that kind of saying? Is that you don't have enough staff and you're not intending to have enough staff over summer in the high growth?
What that means, councillors, and if you could picture a bell curve that goes up like that, and you can see this when I look at the data in terms of frequency, you can absolutely see that program or that pattern, I should say. So in that peak, we are not resourced to have all of our staff doing that peak, and then that's at the point that we rely upon contractors, which that process of engaging is not, that they're the areas that we can improve.
Okay, and that's what I was hoping you'd say, that at least that's when contractors kick in.
Yeah, like it's picking where you do plan to resource, and a lot of that depends on your capacity that's sitting in your private market and what you can get access to. Like if you're in a town and there is no lawn mowers, well, you need to resource it at that level, but then multi-skill your staff and put them on other things in those those slow-growing seasons. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I did have a couple of questions, and I heard in your presentation that you said that this report was somewhat brutal. on my first reading of this, I actually felt that we were potentially being a little reprimanded for the way that we have requested things of you. Whether that was the case or not, that was certainly the feeling that I got on my first reading of this. Just, some of the comments that councillors, I'm just trying to find some of those. Regardless, I'll move forward. Where you've got information that we do not have, you've mentioned in here a lack of governance. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I'll just find
So
it,
due to
Councillor.
factors including the manual recording of maintenance and lack of governance and reporting, we lack sufficient accurate maintenance data to guide decision making.
So in respect of, we don't have, I think I tried to explain to you that I guess it's the work done over the years in terms of defining which parks are our premium parks and different things that have judged our resources as of today, okay? So we've got some crews that are designated to these higher, more beautiful areas. We've got a large split between north side and south side, but we simply don't have the information that's really comparing how our teams are doing, that sort of issue. And we don't have, when in a classic case is that if you rung and said, oh, my Norman Gardens park needs to be mowed, it's got out of control, I cannot look at information and say, we should be there tomorrow, or we should be there in a week. To give that immediate feedback, we don't have the sophisticated systems, whereas you see other councils and you can call up their GIS and it shows, you can go to a map in your local community, it says when it was mowed last and when it's expected to be mowed. So there's a lot of sophistication and information that we're a little bit flying blind, I suppose. It works. Our parks are getting mowed, they're all getting done, certainly not at the level that council would like, and that's what I'm hearing, but it's, they're getting done. So that's probably, it's just the lack of information.
So what you're saying is there's actually no scheduling process, or that there's no recording of the scheduling process?
It's all on paper-based. They have a list. I'm going from this park all around the region and end up at this park, and then I go back to the start. And they're recording it on a piece of paper. That paper goes nowhere.
So I noticed that you've got KPIs, and you've also said here that
That's what they call their KPIs.
that those KPIs aren't measured. So how are you supposed to keep an eye on the standard that you're delivering if you aren't recording or measuring KPIs? I mean, certainly KPIs have been around long before technology, so I'm a little confused as to why the process isn't able to be done. So
over, I guess, the last 12 months, they've been doing a lot of work to arrive at a standard. So when you come and visit a park, it should look like this when you're done. Okay, so that's the acceptable service standard. And all that we have now is supervisors checking after they've been done. It's not a 100% check, because they're not going around checking every job every time.
Okay, I'll move on, because I find that, to me, you're not inspecting what you're expecting, and you're not bringing back an accountability of what your expectation is. I would have thought that this is something that would have been a legacy and something that's always been there, and I don't understand why all of a sudden it's not happening.
I might throw to Aaron as to how long it's been like that. I would basically judge that there's been such a high turnover that there's been things that have implemented that have dropped off, and there's, it's just, I agree, it's not great.
Isn't it up to the leadership, whoever's at the top, to inspect what they expect of those people, and those people would be reporting that information back? So I'm still feel like...
Yeah, through the chair, there's certainly internal processes around checking things like accountability. However, when we talk about governance, trying to compare it to another department or another area, but what reporting is there back to council or anywhere else around X percentage of the parks were completed in their required time frame, or we met the service standard. There is no measurement of success nor failure. Internally, yes, we do have some cumbersome processes that are trying to be updated with the new asset management system, but some of these standards or KPIs or matrices or mapping are quite old. When people leave, there's often very little handover, or what's the importance of that, or where does that information, that data actually go to. So trying to reverse that is, extremely time consuming, and trying to bring a team along a cultural journey from a paper base to a digital base, and that more detailed scheduling is certainly something, as Alicia alluded to, that needs to be worker-led. We've certainly had frustrations in trying to have a top-down approach with some of that as well. So we want meaningful information, but also a meaningful reporting mechanism, so it's very clear on what we're delivering. So that's probably how I see a little bit of that, particularly as Alicia said, around that transparent mapping. A member of the public can go and say, that got done on that day and it's scheduled then. We're quite a way away from that. That's, best practice. As we allude towards the benchmarking, let's look at what other councils are doing in terms of that governance. Where are they reporting their performance to, and things like that. So yes, we're doing it internally and a lot informally. We're certainly not bringing enough quantity or quality of information back to this forum or to the public.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. And I can appreciate that there's been some challenges in staff changes and all of that sort of thing. And I do believe that the sentiment from the council table, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, was purely that we wanted a review of the service standards because we acknowledged that there was a hiccup here and that there wasn't a consistency in the delivery of service standards, nor was there any accountability for when that didn't happen. And so I am shocked that there was no system in place that could measure that, and that could certainly have goals for people to work towards in continuing a service standard. That was what was requested, and my councillors, I'm looking at you, is that not what we were asking for? And I think also that we wanted to know what those matrices were. Because did you have them previously? Surely in the past there's been some.
Yeah, we did, and on my time where they had them, but as Aaron alluded to, there'd been changeover in staff and management at that time, and that process hadn't been handed over to the new staff, so that's fallen off, and that's probably where the frustration from the councillors are, that we thought we'd gone through those steps to get to a point, but it is what it is at the moment, and I think Alicia's taking charge of that to say that there's a process there that we're looking at to improve that going forward. So I think we've got to give Alicia the opportunity to be able to demonstrate that, and I think it'll be baby steps, but I think if there's a way that we can start to change and be able to get those reporting methods back in place and understand, then we can inform the public about why something's not happening.
Yes.
It makes it a lot easier when it's just, at the current situation, it's just, you tell the public, that the park will be made, or go and ask. Yeah.
It feels to me as though we're completely reinventing the wheel. So you're having to start from scratch. Basically, you've got no processes that are able to measure service standards.
No, I wouldn't say that. So as part of this project, we have input, I guess, all of the data from the last 12 months. So because it's from a paper-based enter and input, it's not great data, but it is some data. I do have a list of, I guess, the Category A parks and Category B parks, and I can tell you that Category A parks have got a fair, or have definite reliability in terms of visitation and those services. Category B, there is no reliability. So if I look at one, that might be visited fortnightly, others might be more like 6 weekly. So there's work to be done, but we do have that baseline information. And as I said, that it's for that reason why the resources, like the history, is why the resources are what they are now.
And there was political involvement in over time, as I remember the former mayor going to the public with a gauge to the community: would you rather see your parks mowed or your rate increased? and it was a percentage, the time that you'd allow that the park to be made to look at savings in a budget process going around. So, and that would probably overtop what the matrix was and where things were. So it wasn't a perfect model, and I think that's probably why some of the reasons where we're at, where things had changed in the past. And Councillor Rutherford, with the chair of that area, is that something you're familiar with? That process there was taken to the public about the height of the grass and what the timing intervention levels would have been, and it was clearly stated at that budget process that you know, they were happy to see it at a higher level of growth and intervention, so to speak. Just trying to clarify from the history to where it is at the moment. So
Definitely, Mr. Mayor, and I can appreciate this. Sounds to me like there's been an awful lot of things go on to bring to where we are here. I notice, if I could just quickly, I've got written questions, 73 ops in operational full-time employees you've got there. Does that include the management staff and the supervisors, or is that just those on tools?
No, that included management staff in there.
Okay. So there's roughly, you know, $300,000 a week plus a little give or take 20,000 or so that is on parks, 300,000 a week.
It's probably more than that. I would have to defer, but it's a significant budget, Councillor.
Yeah, and I just also wanted to ask, was there not a survey done in the local parks last year, or was that around the dog?
That was specifically
Yeah, through the chair, it wasn't so much around maintenance standards, more about embellishments and what we have inside those parks. That was what that survey was about.
Yeah, it didn't give an opportunity for service standards. So would your proposal have a similar survey option for people when they go to a park, if they see that it's overgrown or whatever, that they just scan that code and they can complete the survey?
So I haven't thought that far ahead, Councillor. In the first instance, we've got to go to the workers and it be led by them for their improvement and how things are going to make their life easier. Not change, you know, how we can eliminate some of their blockages to help them get a better result on the ground.
Okay, awesome. And just finally, I think it's definitely not just parks, but those roadside corridors entering into those high traffic corridors where we've got visitors coming into town. The sentiment is, from myself certainly, that we would like to attract people when they come to the town to assume that we're looking after the ratepayers. If they come through and they see that, they're going to think that we're not delivering tidy roadway. Yeah. So it's more, that's away from the parks. A lot of today's conversation has been around the delivery of parks, but I think the two are definitely linked and married together. Those roadside, those corridors is something, and I appreciate what you're talking about with main roads and the challenges of the median strips and that sort of thing. However, you know, a trip to another council, you go in and there's just pride as you drive in because everything's neat and tidy all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's something that we would like to attain, you know, work towards. I appreciate, I don't like your word here, acknowledge, but I certainly appreciate where you have landed and the fact that there's a lot of chunky bits going on and there's some work to be done. But if we could voice, or certainly on behalf of those constituents that I represent today, voice that we'd like to see that included in your work, that's something.
Council, I think we're here for everyone's constituents.
I know, I don't want to speak to everybody.
On that, we might go to another question. Alicia, did you want to find that
out? I was only just going to pick up to the medians particularly, and I didn't talk about that in my presentation, but the general feel in Aaron and I discussion is now that we have that process, that the medians will somewhat self-resolve in terms of that. Do you want to talk to that, Aaron?
Without going too far down the rabbit hole, but the DTMR are the major stakeholder and the owner of that network. There's been changes to the safety legislation and changes to the processes through TMR to actually get a permit to get on those road networks. So there's a lot of things that have to align. However, you know, we sort of smooth through that. Some changes in our leadership in that space as well is certainly going to help provide more structure. So the aim with that is to have a highly structured work program, and that's something that we can bring back through a CIB probably within within a month or 6 weeks, we'll have a program nutted out for the rest of the year. So that'll show just that structure around that area.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Alicia. We'll go for Councillor Mathers, Wilkerson and Rutherford.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Through you to Alicia. Alicia, thanks very much for acknowledging that the report could come across as being a list of excuses. I know it's probably hard when you're writing these to try to get your point across, but the concerns, I've got a couple of questions, but also a couple of comments, if that's all right, Mr Mayor. In regards to, I like the fact that you're trying to put a bit of a plan together. Unfortunately, that plan's not going to help us now. It's not going to help with the issues that we've got now. It's just rained. We're going to be having people ringing up talking about the issues that we've got right here, right now. You made comment, when you were doing your report that it's the interruptions, like zoo redevelopment, like your requests that are being made on and off and that type of thing. So it makes me wonder whether we should even be looking at doing those things when we can't get our core business right. We can't regularly have parks mowed and open spaces maintained. So we probably need to help you more in regards to that, or your team, to try to make something like that happen. I wonder why. Should we be looking somewhere along the lines of having another team, whether we take some team members to make a separate team that is there specifically to handle those customer requests, when someone's having an event, so they want, we've got to maintain a park because there's an event coming this weekend, or the customer requests, that come through saying, hey, this needs to be done, for the reactive things, so that we've got a team that's doing the reactionary stuff, and that doesn't interrupt with the teams that are doing our day-to-day maintenance. Would something like that work?
And I guess coming back to the worker-led, and as I explained in the report, like whenever they're running off to respond to one request, that essentially, because you're starting at the top of the page and running through your cycle, so if you're jumping into one, that sort of shifts everyone else down, and that sort of delayed reaction. So I would hope that that might be something that comes from the worker-led changes to do that. I have no, I'm not that far into it, Councillor, to respond. I don't know whether you had a response, but yeah.
All right, fair enough. I suppose I'd like to...
Sorry, the one thing I will add is that I'm mindful that there is no additional resources. So, and I guess that is my premise. I'm not here, councillors, asking you for... And, to fix your problem right now, do we engage a heap of contractors? No, because we don't have the money to do that. It's something that's going to take a time.
I'm just mindful that it's these core businesses of councillors, what people really justify how their rates are being spent. That's the things that they really look at every day. I'd like to draw a comparison, if I could, and this is not for one moment trying to make an example or saying that, I'm the best manager in the world or anything like that. I'm just talking from experience. But prior to me coming to the council table, I've been probably 30 years in a management role of some sort. And one of the roles I had was, a lot of it had to do with scheduling, rostering of staff, that type of thing. So we would have events that were happening where we had people in Yeppoon, people going out to Emerald, people going to Gracemere, people going and set up at down at the river or out at the showgrounds. We could have 6 or 7 events going on. You'd have multiple trucks. You'd have to look at the logistics of what equipment was going to fit into what trucks, what manpower was going to go and do what to make sure it was all set. So there was a lot of chunky bits in that. There was a lot of stuff, probably not to the extent of the parks, but the point I'm trying to make is there was a lot of moving parts within that. And we learnt very, very early on, without a schedule, without a plan, you can't even roster your people. How do we even work out how many people we're going to need on a daily basis, where their services are? How do we roster them effectively and efficiently when we don't have schedules? When we don't have a plan, and also with that plan, that's where you then align your KPIs of what needs to be done and how do we judge whether that work's being done efficiently? Because once again, you can't improve it if you can't measure it. You can't measure it if you don't schedule it. So to Mr Mayor, I don't want to use the word broken, because that's on, you know, these guys are doing the best they can, I get that, I really do, and the team are, but we've got a major problem here of one of our basic core businesses, or, you know, a core part of what council needs to do, and it's not working. We're not achieving, not even going close to achieving what we need to achieve. So
I'd probably hold a little bit on saying going close to not achieving, council. I think a lot of our parks are at a great standard.
Oh,
It's
look,
probably
look.
Just the thing. I just
All right, okay, sorry,
There
Mr.
are
Mayor.
staff that do a great job.
Yeah, no, that's correct, and I'm not here to kick anyone, I'm really not, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just probably a bit passionate about it, because I agree, you go past Kershaw Gardens and I've never seen a blade out of grass there, it looks fantastic. You know, Banky Park always looks good, but it's the
And I think
auxiliary
Lisa's
stuff.
has said that the main parks are at a level where they're being maintained.
Yeah.
The ones that are under that there's no structure and...
Yeah, there's not, you can't see reliable consistency
Yeah.
at that.
And that's what this is about. It's trying to address that and see a way forward. And
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No,
but
that's fine. I take on board what you're saying. So I suppose all I'm saying is I understand that we don't want to have to reinvent the wheel, but I think somewhere in your report too that you sort of said you might come back on a, you know, on a quarterly basis in regards to updating how that improvement plan is going. But, you know, to me, I thought it would be a priority for us to at least get a schedule in place. But I do note that in your report here, you sort of say that you thought to try to put a schedule in place without the information could be risky. I'm just wondering why, you know, why would even having a basic schedule that we could start to roster our staff and get our staff doing stuff regularly, why would that be risky?
I guess, so councillors, I wrote that report, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, and I guess the thinking and the working on what really needs to happen has sort of been moving along and got to the point today where that presentation. So what we really need there is the support from the corporate end to help us implement the system to make those schedules. Sounds very simple, but you know, we've got to have all the assets set up in the system and the work crews, and that there just, you know, so that your people are putting the information into the system so that you can not only schedule but then judge. That is a whole change of work which needs to be consulted on in our industrial environment and worked through in terms of the change. So the nature of it is I can't change it overnight. And that speaks to some of the industrial environment of these people that we have to consult. It really needs to be worker-led so that they can come on board with that change and want the improvement or the making their lives better rather than change, and it'll be a sell to do that. You know, and speaking to some of the consistency, like, you know, we've been dealing with COVID, and I said about the loss in the days last year. I haven't got the data for you this year. That was sort of all I could extract quickly, but I imagine it's much, much worse. And if you have, you know, one team that has losses, well, that puts all of them behind, but someone else might be going great, you know, depending on how those teams. So it is that having our systems set up, I need help to do that from corporate, and that comes into making this important. And comes back to councillors, this is always the one drops off because there's water and sewerage issues or there's these issues. And typically when you look across council, we've got much more essential services and higher valued assets that need a lot of our expertise, and that's sort of where we've suffered previously.
Okay, fair enough. Another question, if that's right, Mr. Mayor. So, and I understand exactly where you're coming from there, and I understand the pushback you're getting and through all, you know, through all our avenues within council, with working with unions and trying to make everything work. But, you know, these staff members, it's turning up at their start time and they're going home at their finish time. So they still have to do those hours of work.
Yep.
Surely whatever the management team is scheduling, it's their requirement to actually do that work if it's within the bounds of what their position agreement is.
Yes. Yep.
It shouldn't make any difference, I would think, whether they were being asked to which parks are being asked to mow, in what order. shouldn't make any difference to the staff, should it? That's just a request that's been made from management to them to go and do that in this order.
Yes, so that's fine. It's the capturing of the data that doesn't happen. So one, we're not scheduled. So if you talk about it, there's a change in how the supervisors approach the task, which is fully recommended, but then the capturing of the data at the end. And for example, I've said we've got 12 months worth of data. Well, I had the girls over in my office inputting that to be able to sit there. Like there's not the resources there to immediately feed the system either, but it is, yeah, there's a lot of different angles. The other piece, just in terms of priorities, you know, availability of machinery, and what typically happens is garbage trucks is the priority when you get to the workshops. Got to get the garbage trucks out, and you know, all the civil ops machinery, and then again we're at the bottom. So you have a mower that's out, and then that impacts on the availability of the all the work scheduling, and so there's all these different moving parts, and we need engagement with other people. Like I need help from corporate, I need the workshops to acknowledge that we've got to get these things out quickly in the growing season, but and I can speak, we're having issues with recruitment in the workshop. We've got short staff there. We have issues with recruitment to get good people in parks. So at the core of it, we've got the vacancies that also need addressing, and we're down, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to understand and get my head around this. Can you elaborate on when you sort of say you're trying to get the data? What data you're actually are you trying to get? You know, what other data you need to be able to schedule what parks need to be mowed?
How long it takes, councillor. So I've gone and visited Sunset Drive Park. I mowed for 4 hours, and then the complete product or something else happened at that site, and that was the reason. Do you know what I mean? Like we have that, the guys are visiting Sunset Drive Park, but we don't have the hours captured for how long it is taking them to do the job. And even if you can appreciate that what they might get the job done in a summertime versus a winter time is two different lengths of time, because it is very seasonal as well, and well, you can't even say seasons now at the moment, depending on the rainfall and temperatures and everything else. You can judge certainly if this park is going to take you 4 hours to do, but then you sort of want that explanation as to why. So none of that information is being captured.
Yeah. And I suppose this is just an example of the reason why it's very hard for us to be effective or efficient in anything we're doing when when the guys are just turning up and mowing something, but they might get interrupted. You know, there's obviously I don't know. I just look at this as being there could be some real cost savings if we get to the bottom of some sort of scheduling of this, and if not cost savings, we could get a lot more areas mowed and maintained in shorter amount of times once we have this on board. So I think this is a priority for us to work on.
Great.
Thank you for putting up with me asking all the questions. So.
Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably mostly comments more so than questions, but pardon me. Firstly, I appreciate the report. We often have robust and very open discussions. I do appreciate that, warts and all. But I wanted to start with where I actually agree with what was said, and certainly that safety is a priority. No one goes to work and doesn't expect to come home uninjured or worse. So absolutely, that's got to be at forefront of all the decisions we make. I was very pleased to see that a thought is that the staff are actively involved and take ownership of the process, top down. I agree with you, it never works. You can't impose that with a big stick. It's got to be a one-team approach, as we've talked about often, but we're involved in that too. So it's council from the top down staff, and we meet in the middle and bash it together. I was also very pleased that we talked about looking at some peer and industry review of that. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, there's plenty of other councils, I'm sure, right around the world that are in exactly the same boat, especially in the tropics where the grass grows and whatever. How do you do an acceptable standard with what you've got? So we don't have to go back to square one, I think, and start from scratch. That's why we go away to conferences and things. So to talk to other of our local government, but also outside local government, of industry peers too, there must be some standards, say, for this season, for this type of open parkland with few trees, whatever, we can mow X amount of hectares per day or whatever, and just see how we align with that in our world, perceptions, reality. So if the community think that we're slacking off and not doing it as fast as a contractor might do, and I understand all the complexities around getting contractors in, well, maybe we need to do something about that. But if that's the case, it might be, no, we're up there with the best of them, so that's good. But where I don't agree with it, I think one of the first lines is one of the assumptions, and it's always dangerous to do that, is that around the table we expect 100% maintenance of these parks. I don't, because I know that perfection is very expensive to get in anything you do. If you want to get absolute 100% perfection, that costs a lot. Whereas you go down a little bit, 95%, whatever's acceptable, get a lot better bang for buck, you know. And sometimes that's all that the community expect. It's not 100%. Perfection's expensive. So getting back to that perception again, it's what does the community accept and what do we accept as being acceptable. Speaking for myself, I'm governed by what the community say. Like, I might have my own private, views of it, but we hear from the community. So, and I know, and I try not to use the D word, the disappointed word, but when we put this shirt on and get out to community engagements and around the community, we get far worse than that, because we take on board what the community see day to day. So we don't like to do that, but we're just there as their representatives, as Councillor Kirkland has said too. So. But that said, we know we've got all these budget pressures coming up, and one of the things that, well, at least I'm pushing, is that somewhere between rates at this end and service cuts at the other end, there's some common ground in the middle. But assuming that we're going to cut the services to some extent, we need to get some messaging out and prepare the community that it's not going to be even close to 100% maintenance of some of these parks. So unless they want to pay this very high rate, how do we explain to them that, okay, look, we're going to keep the parks usable, but a new level of acceptable, so it may not even be 80%. So, and that's going to be a hard thing to sell. But if the option is that we have a higher rate to be able to keep it up to that high standard with growing costs of fuel and you name it, So there's a bit of a all in there too, not just us as one team, but the community as one team as well. Now, one thing I did take a little bit of exception, because I think it might have been aimed at my learned colleague and myself about the historical anecdotes. In our day, this is how we did it. I accept absolutely that things have changed, getting back to where we first started with safety. The way we did it under Tom Wyatt, our mentor, we'd never get away with now because of new safety standards. And we've seen just, with the mowing incident with the stone, when it goes really, really bad. So, and we don't want that at all. But around the table, and I think Councillor Mathers has mentioned with his former career too, we're at this table because we do have a diversity of experience from all sorts of walks of life. Councillor Rutherford's and mine, part of it at least, is with parks. We can't get that out of our head. We know what we saw before, but we have to accept that things have changed and moved on. But one thing that we talked about was that, disparity is the wrong word, the difference between summer and winter periods in our day, because if you had the right amount of resources to cope with the summer mowing, in winter you're going to have 50 people sitting around twiddling their thumbs because the grass just doesn't grow. In our day, those same teams could multitask, and they'd be put on to lighter construction duties, and they're the ones that would make the shelters, and we have the capability to do that. I think some of our own people have made some great construction and landscape works at the Gracemere Cemetery, as good as you'd see anywhere, so we can do it. If I was a mowing guy and winter came up, I'd love to get a bit of multitasking, a bit of more enjoyment out of my job to be able to do different things rather than just sitting on a mow all day. Now, I don't know with current rules and regulations about demarcation or that, whether that's even possible, but if it was, maybe it's something we could explore, that then you could have enough resources for the growing season, but in winter, when you're back, because you don't want people sitting around either, but then they just retask into a different form, if that's at all possible. Grass is expensive and difficult and time-consuming to look after. I think Evan and I have chatted in the past about reducing the amount of grass. Can we create some big environmental corridors of basically created bushland because it's hard to mow around trees and things. You know, it's all great when it's done, but it's just time consuming and that to do. And the last thing I probably took a little bit of, not exception to, but just wanted to add to, it said at the end of the day, if we can make our staff's jobs easier and better. You know, and I agree with that, everyone wants an easy job, but I think what comes with that is also to be more productive, so easier, so we can get more done in the day, hours that we've got. We don't help that sometimes, and I'm probably one of the worst culprits that you put a work instruction in and you're grumbling after a couple of days that that tree's not maintained, whatever. So, you know, if we interfere with that schedule when it's developed, and they're jumping all over town because travelling is not productive, if you need to go in some sort of series, so, but it's got to be both ways. So we'll maybe back off on expecting it done immediately, but as long as it's done in some timely manner that the community will accept again. But also that, you know, getting back to that multitasking, if a person can go to work and do a variety of things, surely that's going to be more rewarding and more fulfilling than just sitting on a mower all day. But again, it depends on what, you know, with current industry rules and whatever is allowable. But maybe we start from scratch, and when we write the job description, it might be that, and other duties as needed, as was always on my job descriptions before, that whatever comes up for the good of the community. But anyway, there's some thought bubbles.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll just respond in respect of the low season and the high season. So in the low season, we do engage our employees in other types of works, not building things, but landscaping or some irrigation works and different pieces. So that does happen, yeah.
Thanks, Lisa. Councillor Rutherford?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm gutted. I'm frustrated, and trying to hold my emotions together actually with this. And this goes back, Alicia, I acknowledge that you've taken on, both you and Aaron have taken on a huge role. My frustration is I'm reading stuff in here that I had raised 2008, 2009. This is not something that's happened in the last 2 or 3 years. It's not something we can blame on COVID. That may have had an impact in the last little bit, but it's not that. You know, those external reviews were part of KPIs set for the CEO years ago. And because, as you said, it was always pushed, it's always on the lower end of the priority scale, pushed out. I have been trying to raise these issues for a very long time and I believe I've tried to be a very, very supportive chair of parks, but also try and highlight where I could see things going wrong and continue to going wrong.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of frustrating to have your experience and your knowledge continually referred to as anecdotal. You know, I could have answered a lot of those questions you said you don't have answers to. I have tried to answer them, but my information, my experience is anecdotal. That's really hard to read. I'm reading in this report nothing that has brought us forward or looks to bring us forward any different from same reports that I've seen 6 years ago. Yes, I'll have faith in you to bring it forward, but if you don't, if you fail like has been failed in the past, we're still in exactly the same position as we've been for years. And I'm not even sure we're on the same page right now, because we're talking about the growing season. I believe we can explain to the community why in the growing season we don't meet our targets. We've been doing that for years, and I think they understand that. It's the non-growing season, it's everything else. And you're right, most of our parks, most of the time, you can, you know, there might be occasionally it's gone a week or 2 weeks too long, or, you know, something's happened that it's not quite right. It's not necessarily the parks. I think it's everything else. I think it's our medians, it's the sides of the bridges, it's the, you know, it's the bits and pieces that add, and that's not always just parks either. That's
No.
a broader organisational thing where we are missing the finer points, the finer details that make this place a tidy place. And if we don't set the example for our community about what is tidy and what we want the region to look like, then our community are not going to follow that either, you know? So there is, I don't even think we're on the same page even with this report about what where needs are. There was a comment in here that said that there was no service standard agreed upon. There was no service standard agreed upon because we were asked to wait until information came back to us. We have been continually asked to wait until information come back to us. That information has never come. Not just now, going back years and going back years before that. So I'm sitting here just a little bit concerned that we are no further down the track. With each year that goes past, our standard, what we believe our standard is, drops a little lower and a little lower. And, you know, if we don't pull it back very soon, I'm worried that we're not going to be able to pull it back. And I drove in yesterday and I've never, in my recollection, seen the Bougainvillas on Gladstone Road cut back as severely as they've been cut back. Usually they're left a bit of a ball with greenery, so that at all times of the year there is some greenery, you know. Now, and I'm guessing it's because of the issues with getting onto median strips and everything else, that we've cut them back so severe. But that would be good for us to know as well why the service standard has gone to that extreme. You know, that would have been nice to, even as chair of the portfolio, to have a heads up that, you know, we were changing our service standard, that we were going to cut our median strips back that far. So I get that we've got to try things to react to some of this stuff, but honestly, I'm just, as I said, I'm just quite gutted because this report was really, to me, almost like it is what it is. We have so many issues, which some are very valid. I will make that point very clearly. Some of the issues we are facing are very, very valid issues, but we have to find a way to get around those. You know, it is our new norm. It is what we have to live with now.
That's right.
So we can't just throw our hands in the air and go, well, you know, we're just not going to do this. We have to find something. And even some of this stuff is like 6 months old, and I'm still reading the same excuse. I'm not reading, you know. Now, Aaron just said he believes that he thinks he's found a way forward with the getting on to the main roads medians. That would have been lovely to read in this report, so at least we had one positive to take out of it. You know, all I'm looking for is some solutions, even if they're little ones at this point, but something to give us positive belief that we can turn this around, that we can continue to go to our community and say, please be patient. We know we're not meeting your expectations at the moment, but just be patient. We have got some process in place to turn it around.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Alicia?
And I'm trying to remain calm here. I cannot say to you that, hand on heart, that we can turn it around, councillors. With no extra resources, I don't even yet have commitment from Corporate Services or Evan that they will put their resources into this, because there's plenty of other competing priorities around council, that I cannot hand on heart tell you, oh, we're going to be heaps more efficient and get heaps more done. So it's a process that we're going to have to work through to try and improve, but right now, safety is my first priority and we're not meeting that. So I can't even hand on heart say to you that we won't drop our standards because we are not meeting our safety compliance levels. So that's where I'm at.
Can you expand on that safety compliance for us, please?
Yep, and it comes back to the type of mower and the projectiles. So there's been, I guess, a subsequent report on another projectile event that is forcing us to look at mower deck heights and the checking of the mower deck heights and potentially lifting those and the types of machinery that we're using. So we've got to work through those things to ensure that those risks are minimised first.
So, Alicia, in the industry, is there like a benchmarking that councils go to? I know there is with waste and other areas. Is there anything in the park space where they see through their peers about what these issues are and try to address them, and so that can assist us going forward?
There is. I don't. Do you want to, Aaron? Aaron?
Through the chair, like we certainly do engage with other councils where we've got relationships, and our neighbouring councils especially. In relation to the projectile, we're probably a little bit ahead of other councils, if I'm being honest. Probably just we've had to be in response to our incident, and other councils might have the...
Mr Mayor, can I cut in, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Fisher?
I need to leave this while you're on that particular issue.
I don't think we'll carry on anymore. I think with the comments being said, we'll leave that there, Councillor Fisher. But yeah, just understanding that there is benchmarks and peer review that we can assist with.
Can I suggest, Mayor, I would like to talk about the safety stuff, but I want to do it in a closed session.
Yeah.
It's in a closed discussion, which is F of the regulation, if the committee so want to go into this.
Yep, no, well, that might be the thing, Councillor Fisher. We might have to take your conflict there.
Mr Mayor, I might just leave the meeting until that discussion's passed.
Okay, just not sure how long that would be though, or how we get in contact. We might just text you.
Text me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillors, could I seek a mover in a second of the meeting move into closed session to discuss the items under 254J3F, which is with regards to health and safety matters affecting staff. So move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried. Evan, just with Councillor Fisher, we'll just be able to record his conflict. Yep. And could I have a mover and a second that we move into closed session? The meeting be moved into closed session. Move Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Mathers. Put those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried. Thank you.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
We're live. Okay, thank you. Might just need to Councillor Fisher to bring him back online before we go back in. Councillor, we just wait for Councillor Fisher to join us. Hope you didn't go and have a smoke, eh? Councillor, we might press on in the interest of time. We've got a large agenda on the books today. Councillor Fisher will join us as we come on. Councillor Kirkland, do you have further questions to the officers' report?
Yeah, if I may, it's just around the actual recommendation that the report be received and that we'll be provided a plan of response for the next wet season. Is that the quarterly report that you're referring to in this report? What's the timestamp on these two actions?
So I'm happy to provide quarterly reports or bi-monthly. Probably bi-monthly will keep us, I guess, that dialogue open. So, but that's around the improvement project. So what was your question again?
I'm just looking for a timestamp of these two actions.
So a plan will be in before the end of September.
Can we add those timestamps into the recommendation, please?
Sure can.
And for the updates on the improvements, a bi-monthly update?
Yeah, happy with that.
Is councillors, everyone else happy with that?
You got that, Linda? Yeah. And can you put on the first one by September 2022?
Okay, councillors, I think we've asked the questions there. We've made some changes to the recommendation. So could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation? Move Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Kirkland. Put that, those in favour. Those opposed, motion's carried unanimously. Given that Councillor Fisher hasn't been back on, we'll move on with the further items as well. Councillors, no notice motion, no questions on notice, urgent business. We have two items to be dealt with in closed session. And, yes. Right, we might do that in the interest that Councillor Fisher's not with us. So, councillors, could I seek a mover and a seconder that we have a 10-minute recess? Move Councillor Latcham, seconded Councillor Wickerson. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Okay, thanks. You good? Okay, thanks. Councillors, back from the 10-minute recess. Look, we have two items to be dealt with in closed session. So, in accordance with the provisions of the section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulations 2012, a local government may resolve to close the meeting to the public as discuss confidential items such as the councillors or matters considered necessary to close the meeting. Councillors, can I seek a move that we move into closed session? Move Councillor Wickerson, second Councillor Rutherford. Oh, yeah. What item was yours?
We're going to do yours first.
Okay.
So do you want to just
Duck out now and then we do that.
Will you just be in the group management?
Yep. And Councillor, we need to move in a second that we move into closed session. So move Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll move the meeting into closed session.
Adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. last year, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
A mover and a seconder with regards to council update on the current community negotiations 13.1, that the verbal update on... Oh, sorry. Councillor Rutherford, you may need to leave for this one. Yep. Thanks, Linda. And, yep. Okay, councillors, we'll retake that one. Could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to the officer's recommendation that the verbal update from Community Service on the discussion/negotiations involving a number of community groups and businesses be received? Move Councillor Wickerson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll invite Councillor Rutherford back into the room to deal with our last item. Thank you. Councillors, could I seek a mover and a seconder that Council receives the notice of Rockhampton Community Rugby League Facilities Strategy as attached to the report? Move Councillor Fisher. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rutherford. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, that brings us to the end of the items on our agenda this morning for the community's meeting. I'd like to thank everyone for your attendance and the presentation, and I'll close the meeting. Thank you.
Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, councillors. I'd welcome everyone back to the table and like to open the Infrastructure Committee meeting for the 17th of May. I note that we have apologies and leaves of absence. We have a leave of absence for Councillor Alan Smith that that leave of absence be granted. I'm happy to move and seek a seconder with regards to that. Councillor Wickerson, I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. We might move on to confirmation of the previous minutes from the meeting held on the 19th of April 2022 be confirmed. I'm happy to move again, seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland, put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. Declarations of matters of interest on the agenda. Councillors, do we have any declarations? If not, and we do note that something comes up during the course of the meeting, please inform us and we'll deal with it at that time. Councillors, no business outstanding. Public forum deputations nil. Presentation of petitions nil. So we'll move straight into the officers' reports. Item 10.1, Mount Morgan Water Supply Security. Thanks very much. Andrew, we could ask you to present the report. Thanks very much, Andrew.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors.
Oh, sorry, just before we go, we have Janice online as well from with the AECOM report there as well. So good afternoon there, Janice. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. So close to midday.
Thanks, Andrew. So this report presents the final draft of the business case for the Mount Morgan Water Supply Security Project. Supporting the findings of the prelim evaluation, the business case also confirms that a potable water pipeline from Gracemere to Mount Morgan is considered the most viable and long-term water supply solution for Mount Morgan. Although the economic analysis for the project with the business case has confirmed a benefit cost ratio of 1 to 0.1 for every $1 invested, 10 cents in benefit. The alternative is, however, simply not sustainable for council economically without financial support. The alternative is the base case, which is a continuation of applying level 6 water restrictions to the Mount Morgan community and carting the water up to the mountain at 600 kilolitres a day. To date, this has cost the council well over $5 million and is not economically sustainable, safe or equitable in water service delivery to the Mount Morgan community. So the project, as indicated in the business case, has been assessed, includes substantial cost escalation to cover the project uncertainty and current risk in the industry. The risk-adjusted project cost is estimated at $48.35 million. Further budget certainty will be assessed at completion of the detailed design stage. The investment in the potable water pipeline from Gracemere to Mount Morgan is warranted and justified and is now proposed to confirm Council's commitment to the project using our own capital funds to construct the new reservoir and pump station at the Lucas Street site in Gracemere. So the officer's recommendations are that Council receive the business case on the Mount Morgan Water Supply Security Project, actively seeks 100% funding to support the greater Mount Morgan Water Supply Security Project so it can be completed, and resolves to commence the Mount Morgan Water Supply Security Project by endorsing the design and construction of a 3.75 megalitre reservoir and pump station at Lucas Street in Gracemere.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. Councillors, I think this is a drawing to conclusion where we were previously with the options that we'd previously been to the community with, and then looking at that and then being assessed through this report. Clearly the potable water solution from Gracemere to Mount Morgan is the highest one, but we've been actively engaging with the Minister for Water, Minister Butcher, and also through the federal election campaign, having the pipeline as the highest priority for the Flynn election in the federal space as well. So that said, council's really stepping up to the plate and putting our money behind this project. Again, seeing that come through with the reservoir and the work that's been done to date, plus also the ratepayers bearing the burden of having to cart water to Mount Morgan. I understand that there's a opportunity now to go back to the state to talk about at the end of the wet season about our finances with QTC, but that won't get us over the line as far as a permanent water supply to Mount Morgan. And this approach is the clear direction that we need to take the council, and moving forward to alleviate that ongoing issue with Mount Morgan and that community up there having to live with level 6 water restrictions, and the rest of the community having to fund the carting of that water to that community. So, councillors, I'm happy to move as recommended, but I'm happy to open the floor for questions. So, if there's anything there to Andrew with regards to the report, or Genesis online as well to give any information should need be. Councillors. Councillor Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, like you, I'm actually very happy to receive the report, happy to second that behind you, and also congratulate AECOM on the presentation of the business case. Of course, the next stage is the detailed design. The business case, I'm satisfied. I've asked numerous questions of our officers around the business case, which was just a little bit of light reading. And there's lots of new terminology in there that I have discovered, which has been a great journey. But apart from that, I am absolutely satisfied that all due diligence has been taken, and they've gone to great lengths to incorporate as many components of this P90 assessment as possible to bring to us the option of the potable water. I 100% support moving forward with the new reservoir and pump station at Lucas Street in Gracemere, and I think that regardless of where we go, is going to be a great thing for our community, especially the Gracemere community. Looking forward to, as we progress through this, and certainly seeking 100% support to help fund the pipeline at the end of the day.
That is the unknown at this stage, but we're working as hard as we possibly can to seek that further government support from both other levels of government. Just one question through to Peter. If the reservoir requirement at Lucas Street, will that also cater for growth at Gracemere as well?
Yes.
Or it will?
It covers both.
Covers both. Yep. Okay, thank you.
The ultimate design is 3 reservoirs on that site.
Yep. And that'll be at a certain point in time when that's triggered due to development increase. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Mr Mayor, just to echo both your and Councillor Kirkland's sentiments, I think this is fantastic news. Great that we're looking to get started. If we can get just little steps at a time, is fabulous. Also, I was a little concerned, the question you just asked, God forbid we don't get money for the pipeline, that this reservoir is still of value to Gracemere community. So that's fabulous to hear. It's really a win-win for us to move ahead with this.
Yep. No, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. I know your work in the community has been a strong advocate to looking for a permanent water supply, and I think like today, it's not small steps. I think this is a major step heading in that direction. So, congratulations on the work you've done over the years. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to add to that too, I think the people in Mount Morgan will also be encouraged that we're taking these steps too. I think they're, if not hanging on by their fingertips, really looking for some bit of a glimmer of hope for the future. So this will give that to them in really tangible terms. One thing we sort of talked about last time when we workshopped it a bit too, but if we commence this work with the pump station and the reservoir, assuming that was part of the overall package of it, certainly the pump station would be, will that exclude that from being included at a later stage for full funding? Can we go back? Normally if you start a project, well, that wipes you off the board for funding, but is that the case in this situation?
That's a tricky question. No, the two pieces that we're funding, which is the pump station and the reservoir, in effect would be excluded. But we're looking for the funding for the remainder of the project, which is effectively the pipeline and another pump station. So that's what we'll be asking for. But look, when we've met with the Minister, we explained the entire project and that there's these two components, and he was more than satisfied. In actual fact,
he was complimentary.
Complimentary, said get on with it. So I don't see a risk in overall funding. So.
No. And I think holistically looking at it, will also show that we're we're serious about it too, that we've started putting our own money on the table, well, not the table, in the project,
Yeah.
you know, and that might reinforce that commitment to it too. Yeah.
And I think previously going there with a problem and no solution has been an issue, but we've got the solution, and yeah, they took that on board as well, and gave credit to that as well. Councillor Kirkland?
Ms Mayor, just to add to that also, I think this is something that the longer we delay moving forward and doing something with this, the more it's costing our community. At the end of the day, it is a cheaper option for us to move forward with the project.
Yeah, they're always going to come to the crunch point where a small catchment and a dam keeping a community on water was always an issue, and it's only going to increase into the future, you're right. Janice, did you have any comments there or anything on from AECOM's report at all?
Nothing further to add. I think the conclusions that we presented at PE stage have obviously been confirmed through the business case. I think it's the most suitable solution for the community. It's not sustainable to continue trucking, and whilst we haven't quantified the disbenefits of the trucking, it's pretty obvious that the pipeline solution is the best way to go.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor. I don't see there's any more lights on, so we might move as... I'm happy to move, and Councillor Kirkland, happy to second. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to our next agenda item. 10.2, the dewatering of the sludge lagoons at the 3 existing sewage treatment plants. And Andrew, have you got that one as well? Thank you. Thanks very much, Andrew. I read this report with great interest, and it beggars belief for how we're at this stage without any red flags coming to this point where we're having to take this work in hand. I just believe that council shouldn't be pushed into a position or forced into a position like this without any full warning or knowledge that these things are coming along. So, as far as licence obligations go, why weren't these red flags coming to council to say that we needed to take this action? I'm just not from my knowledge at the council table that there was anything there that was warranting this type of investment, and plus an ongoing investment in the years to come to meet those obligations as well. That said, it's great to see that we're taking steps to make sure that we're not in breach, and that we're able to manage that going forward. But no, it just beggars belief how an organisation of this size can be put into that position. That said, Councillor Kirkland, question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, and agree with your sentiment there. Some of these facilities, these sludge lagoons, haven't been looked at for over 10 years, I'm led to believe, and it's meant to be more regular every couple of years, and so yes, it's a question as to how we've ended up here, but here we are, and we're moving forward, which is exciting. I do have a question here around the capital works budget that's set aside, because given that some of these are quite old, I'm also of the understanding that once they remove the sludge out of there, that we could come across that there is asbestos lining. If that's the case, then that's going to need to be removed and replaced, and or the linings themselves might be compromised and they might need to be replaced. So there's all these capital works contingency there's some dollars set aside. I just want to confirm that what that contingency is, and is it enough? I think I know how much it is, but I just wanted to ask officers what that contingency is.
Peter?
Through the chair, the asbestos is asbestos pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Old pipes that were used back when it was constructed,
yep.
And they may need to be replaced. You're right, we will check the linings and see there, and we're effectively renewing them or restoring them to make sure that they're operating correctly, because currently they're not operating very well. The capital component, I haven't got it in my head. Can you recall, Andrew?
Through the chair, it's part of that greater $75 million allocated to North Rocky, and the budget allocated to the Gracemere South Rocky current strategy that we have. So there's a little bit of funding available through grant funding on South Rockhampton that we're using for the recycled water and the biosolid management. So
I was under the impression that was going toward operational costs, though, not capital.
No, that'll go. Part of it's to complete the effluent reuse line and the biosolid management, which we've had a variation, which would be the reconstruction of the lagoons. So part of that funding will come out of that grant funding.
Thank you, Andrew. Thanks, Councillor Kirkland. I'm not sure whose light's been on first.
No, after you.
No. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, it's just some of these lagoons are flood affected. Is that right? Yep. So will the floods have had, given this is the first time we're looking at them since the flood, do you think they've had a major impact, and what do we do about that moving forward if we've got to do this regularly?
Okay, no, the floods wouldn't have had a major impact, other than obviously remove part of the treatment sludge during a flood, but the actual construction has been designed that they are okay within a flood zone. So the key thing really is it's just that the build-up of sludge over the years has just got too high and not been taken out. That's caused the issue.
Thank you.
Councillor Wixon.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just some clarification in my head, I guess. So over the 2 years, we'll do 4 and another 3, I think, wasn't it? It's about half of it. There's 12 altogether, these sludge lagoons. We're going to do 6 or 7 over the next 2 years with the capital that's shown there, 2.5 and 2.6 million. It's probably what Councillor Kirkland asked as well. It's only to dewater and then to assess the current situation, but not to remediate anything that we find there that comes from elsewhere that's already allocated in the budget. That's 75 million.
Yes, so
it's
the
allocated, but not under that.
reconstruction will happen under capital,
yeah,
under the capital budget.
Yeah,
yeah.
Can I just explain, just so that we've got this right? Yeah. That funding there is not capital.
Okay, this is
so
just to do
this project, if you want it, the analogy is we're removing some rubbish.
Yeah.
And it's purely an operating cost. Okay. The removal of the rubbish then will allow us to look at the lagoons, do a assessment of them and reconstruct. But there is a separate budget which is for North Rockhampton and South Rockhampton STP in the capital budget, which will fund the renewal of those lagoons. Mm-hmm. And then going forward, we will probably establish an ongoing allocation within FRW to clean those regularly every 2 years.
Every couple of years or so.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And doing 7 out of the 12 of them, that will satisfy the regulatory requirements?
Yes, that program is going to be outlined to them. They already know it in principle, but we'll go back to them. The only other thing I need to advise council is that those values in that report, in that recommendation, is based on estimates of the quantity of material. It is not possible to know the actual total volume yet. And whilst I'm not so worried about south, there's a couple in the north where the quantities could be a bit higher. So really what we're doing is saying this is our best estimate. We've got a tender where they're giving us a cost per cubic metre. We've had to estimate in these lagoons what we think's in there. So I'm just giving you a heads up. I can't be totally definitive on what this is.
Okay. And just final question, with the, you mentioned about a market for the biosolids. I know we're looking at pumping effluent across Gabriel Creek. That's only for the South Rocky, of course. But with the biosolids, so if we're going to dig all this material out that's been there for forever, where does that go?
That's part of the contract.
So we've got a market for all of that?
This company has the approvals and licensing to allow it to test it, treat it and dispose of it, which would be potentially to farmland and other things. But they need to do a fair bit of testing on it as they start working on it to work out what they need to do to treat it and to get it suitable for market. But they've got all that, they do that right across Queensland.
Yeah, okay. I recently seen an interview where they did the same thing, and you know, the farmers were very hesitant to accept the material, and then once the trial had been completed, they were asking when can we get our next load. So it pays dividends in fertiliser for the crops. But that said,
and we are planning for effluent treatment on north side as well.
Okay.
And there was a meeting today even with the Royal Jockey Club.
Okay.
To progress that.
No, very good.
Thank you. Councillor Kirkham, further question?
Yeah, I did have. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on the licence obligation, that $1 million being allocated each year, 22-20, I just wanted to know, is that $1 million for the licensing obligation included in the you've got 5.1 total there, but the 2.6 for 2022 and 23, does that include the $1 million licensing obligation, or does that licensing obligation only kick in after you've done all this work?
It's just the 2.6 and the 2.5 are licensing obligations too. It's the work we need to do. We're just saying once we've cleaned up the 12 lagoons, we're hopeful.
I thought it was an administrative cost, sorry.
We will get a $1 million operational cost to maintain them each year.
So we don't have to do this again?
So you won't ever have a big lump of money to spend on lagoons. What I'm saying is...
Through the chair, we will develop a maintenance matrix in relation to when they need to happen and when that money will need to be allocated. So obviously we have storage volumes on each of the sites. So when they get to the capacity and the next pond trips in, we get in and dewater that other one, or do we wait? So we'll just have to develop a bit of a strategy on how that impacts.
So it's just a notional figure moving forward?
Moving forward, yeah.
Let's estimate we're going to need $1 million from every year thereafter these next 2 years.
And once we get through the construction and they're restored, we'll probably have a more accurate cost of what does it cost us to maintain 12 lagoons ongoing.
Moving forward. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks Peter, thanks Andrew. Again, it's caused the council to look at our budget position as we go into the budget workshop at 1 o'clock too, councillors. So this has a bearing on that moving forward as well, just to keep in the back of your mind. Councillors, if there's no further questions with regards to Andrew's report, could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that to accept it? Move Councillor Kirkland, have a seconder. Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Again, there weren't too many options there not to accept that, unfortunately, councillors. We're moving on to item 10.3, the Project Delivery Capital Projects Report for April 2022. Andrew, would you like to walk us through that one as well, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just working through the capital projects that Project Delivery are delivering for council. If you see the front page, we've had a bit of a change to the dashboard. So that summary, R1 summary, is now a dashboard that we get printed straight out of our financial system. So it is true and accurate. And we'll continue to use that as part of the summary. So just working through the projects, hail damage insurance claim. North Rocky Library, so that roof has now been replaced. They're just finalising some flashings on that site, and then they'll move on to Elfin House next week. Victoria Parade shade structures, that's all been awarded. I think in the first sort of week of June we'll start work on those ones. Lakes Creek landfill, that's all been awarded now, so we'll also look at scheduling the start of that in June. And along with Kershaw Gardens, so that one also has been awarded, so all the hard roof structures over there will be replaced. Mount Morgan water security, obviously the final business case now has been delivered, and we'll work through the recommendations of Council today. Alliance maintenance facility, so work's continuing on that site. They've completed about 130 linear metres of perimeter drain that abuts the hangar. There's about 40% of the structural steel's been erected on the hangar now, and they've started to pour some of the internal slabs. Rockhampton Museum of Art and the East Street links, so work on the East Street links continuing. The external facade of the old 121 East Street, so Saigon has now been cladded, so as soon as we get some decent dry weather they'll render those side walls. And the paved area across the Key Lane as a threshold is final design, and costings are happening now. We've secured all the pavers. Botanic Gardens and Zoo. So the design is well underway. It's about 80% completed now, and I think that 90% completions to come to Council in June. The playground, off-site fabrication and manufacture is happening on that, and I think they're looking at the site visit and confirming any site issues this month. Glenmore Water Treatment Plant upgrade, so the work is continuing on that site. They've actually started the physical demolition works over there, and some of the electrical upgrade components. Gracemere and South Rockhampton STP strategy. So this is, I suppose, where the inclusion of the sludge lagoons is looking at put into this sort of work. So we're working on a strategy and some design inputs on how to implement a number of these components to be able to take a fair bit of the load off Gracemere. Glenmore Water Treatment Solar Farm, so all the civil works is now being completed there. We've issued a variation order to Alliance Automation. We expect their price back next week. We've been in contact with Ergon and relivened the application up with them, so hopefully we can confirm some project scheduling dates for the next report. Hockey redevelopment, so the pumps have finally arrived and been installed, so as we speak, so that'll be finalised in the next week. Mount Morgan Pool, so tenders have been called for the concept design and performance specification development. We've started the survey work up on site, and the geotech will happen this week and next week to confirm that. North Rockhampton Sewage Treatment Plant, so Haslam have been granted possession of site, so they've started over there. They've started grubbing and removing trees. We have come across a bit of rubbish, debris and asbestos, so we're trying to deal with that at the moment. But they anticipate the pile design will come in this week, and they'll commence doing bulk site works and commence piling sometime probably late June. Riverbank boardwalk replacement, so works commenced on that. They've commenced all the demolition activities, so all the floorboards have now been removed, and the handrails have been removed and sent away for galvanising. So that project will continue through till sometime in August. I think we anticipate that will be finished. Rockhampton Airport security and screening upgrade, so that's just an defects rectification stage. The solar component of that is still progressing. We're just waiting on the structural assessment now of the capacity of the building to accept the array. And Rockhampton Airport parking, so tenders have been awarded as per the report. The equipment has been manufactured overseas and will arrive and be installed in July.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. Questions? Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just going back, Andrew, to the Riverbank Boardwalk, just a minor detail. I seem to recall that the grating that we're putting underneath the timber boardwalk was going to be galvanised steel rather than fibre reinforced plastic, and I don't mind either way, but will it take the vehicle loads that we're hoping for? It has the same structural properties.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the whole intent of why they were using that product for the vehicle loads.
Yeah, okay, no, great, thank you.
Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Andrew, just wanting to go back to the East Street links and the paved crossover and the detailed design component of that.
Yep.
Have the dollars spent all been accounted for that section? So that's all budgeted? And
That's correct, that's in the
There's
current.
no extra money that we're looking for here?
No.
Okay. I am interested in probably a little bit more detail around that particular development and how we're progressing. Is there able to have something put in a CIB? I think it's considerably removed from what the original intent was, and there's been a little bit of travel that's happened from there to here, and I just wouldn't mind having a little bit of history and a little bit of how we've gone and where we're landed and where we're hoping to be.
Okay.
Yeah?
Well,
Just in a CIB?
Yep.
Is fine.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Okay, councillor, there's no further questions to that report. Could I seek a mover and a second of the report be received? Councillor Rutherford, second, and Councillor Wickerson. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. The Waste Transfer Stations operations. Michael, would you like to present that report, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to address a number of considerations with regards to Council's waste transfer stations, and particularly there's 3 outstanding resolutions from around 12 months ago that needed to come back to Council at this point in time. So there are 3 recommendations there, one to address each of the 3 resolutions, which I'll go through throughout the report. So by way of background, back in 2020-21, we all remember the budget process we went through where each unit was given a task or an objective to go out and try and find some savings. Our transfer stations were one of those projects that needed to be investigated. As a result of that, in December of 2020, Council resolved to undertake 4 actions. One of those actions was to amend the operating hours of transfer stations, being Gracemere and Mount Morgan, to achieve a saving of around $115,000 per annum. That resolution was then undertaken from the 1st of February 2021. The 3 further actions or resolutions was to review the operating hours of Bouldercombe, Bajul, Alton Downs, Bushley, within 12 months, which that's what this report is about. As a part of that review of the operating hours, include a review of the feasibility of unstaffed transfer stations. And fourthly, was to look at options for the cost recovery for these services to be considered. So I'll move on now to each of those. So the second resolution being to review the operating hours of Bouldercombe, Bajul, Alton Downs and Bushley within 12 months. So we've done a comparison on the customer numbers, the patronage of each of those facilities, and a comparison between May 2020 and December 2021. Not a lot of change. Patronage is still quite low. You know, we're talking 3 customers, you know, per hour at Alton Downs, 2 per hour at Bajul, 2 per hour at Bouldercombe, and 1 per hour each at Bajul and Bushley. The recommendation there that I'm putting forward is that the operating hours at each of those transfer stations remain unchanged to what they currently are. Okay? So happy to go back, but if I can just go through each of these and then come back at the end and answer any questions, if that's okay.
Question there, Michael.
Yeah.
Councillor Kirk. Laxton.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Probably through to Michael, and the councillors, just want to draw attention to the data that we've given. I think it's very important that we look at that data. Just the first, as an onset, as a comment, just the December 2021 data versus May 2020 data, we're kind of not comparing apples with apples. It's a cooler month versus a warmer month, so it would have been nice to have December to December to compare with, is one comment on it. The second one is the December 2021 actually has it has 5 weeks when it comes to Tuesday and Thursday, so we're still not comparing apples with apples. So just to keep that in mind when we look at the data. The one I kind of want to draw attention to in particular is Bajul and obviously Bushley. Bajul for the weekly transactions per hour is 0. So you got, but when you look at the weekly ones for the Saturday, it's only had 2 transactions for the whole 6 hours that we're open. 2 transactions for 6 hours. My sentiments, and when you look at the one underneath it, Bushley has only got 1 transaction per hour, so it's got 6 per, on the Saturday I'm looking at, the Saturdays. So the Saturdays are the ones that seem to be not frequented as much. The Sundays are a little bit better. So I know Councillor Smith has been advocating for a review on the Gracemere waste transfer station hours, and that was to go to a community consultation, which I understand hasn't happened yet. So she's obviously advocating for a consideration of more hours. If hypothetically we were to look at the increasing Gracemere from 6 hours to 8 hours across each day of the week, that's 12 hours you'd have to find. 12 hours you'd have to find. What I'd suggest is if we look at Bushley and Bajul, if you were to reduce the 6 hours back to 3 hours, it would have minimal to no impact, in my opinion, on the people being able to access it. That would pick up the 12 hours. So for the 3 hours you'd have at Bajul, you've only got 2 transactions anyway. Just something to consider is what I'm saying. If we're looking at the hours for Gracemere, so we're not proposing to shut any days down, just bring the hours back to 3 hours like they are for Tuesday and Thursday, would allow enough hours to substitute without an increase in the budget, to substitute to be able to provide Gracemere, which obviously is a bigger population, servicing a bigger area, would kind of tick the box on that one. So just something to consider. We're not suggesting adding or adding to the budget, just a better use of resources, human resources. So just want to bring that just to your attention, and whatever comments you've got on that, I welcome it. So,
Michael?
I guess some comments, yeah, take your point around the apples for apples, May versus December. Unfortunately, the transaction data that's been presented here in attachment 1 is where all of the data is. What I mentioned before was simply the summary, was collected manually. The software package that we use to capture all of the transactions at those facilities records a transaction as a waste type. So I might go in there with my ute, and if I've got 1 tyre, a bit of green waste, a bag of rubbish, and I'm dropping off a gas cylinder, that's recorded in our system as 4 transactions. So that's not a reflection of how many physical customers we get. So that's why, unfortunately, this data was collected manually, to give the transactional data as being a customer, not what I had just explained. So we can do it again, but it would have to be a manual process. And when I spoke to the team yesterday, I think it was, after our brief conversation around these transactional data, we said that maybe we would then do it on an annual basis manually on each December to try and get a trend December to December, and that can easily be done.
And likewise, Mr Mayor, if we're using the fact that one transaction could be 3 or 4 things, it applies to Gracemere as well. Each one multiplied by how many there are, it applies. In the scale-wise, it could be still the same thing. It's in the amount of transactions overall there are. What it was kind of saying was how many users from that community use it, regardless of what they put in there. What is it that how many actual people in the community use it? So that's kind of the purpose of that one. So to me, that was just if that could be considered. I don't want to take days out. I think we need to provide that opportunity, and obviously when we get to smart waste transfer stations, that's about opening it up to 7 days a week. So obviously I'm not looking at reducing days, just better use of the resources we've got to service the community, and on those very, very exceptionally low numbers, I think there's some scope there to redirect some of the human resources to meet the needs of the Gracemere community.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll go back to Andrew. You keep presenting the report.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. So the third resolution there was, as a part of this review of the hours, to include a review on the feasibility of unstaffed transfer stations. So I guess the current service that we're providing, I'm going to say anyway that it was a result of a very well-considered plan to achieve an outcome that we're looking to achieve. Before what we currently have, we had all of these unstaffed bin stations all around our community, which was causing us daily and weekly headaches and breaches of various environmental and health and safety regulations. So, you know, at the time we went through a fairly lengthy and at times not very pleasant process to get to where we are, and I think on a whole the system we've currently got is working very well with very little negative feedback. So that said, the adoption of unstaffed transfer stations is currently being rolled out by a number of local governments. Banana, we're all aware, adopted this technology a little over 12 months ago, and they started at Wowan, and more recently they've started at Krakow, and Kasserry Coast has also since then implemented this technology at 2 of their transfer stations. So essentially, my preliminary assessment of this regarding transitioning into unstaffed transfer stations, and I've got some details below which I'll go through, is that it's a step in the wrong direction. It's a step back from what we've actually got at the moment. I've had discussions with Banana in the last week, and their Wowan facility that some of us actually visited when they had their opening day over 12 months ago is still not working properly. Their gates still aren't working, their cameras are unreliable, they've got contamination in their recycling and green waste and the like. The Krakow facility that they've just more recently started to try and become operational, they've got some technology issues there. They're not sure exactly what button they pushed wrong, but they're told they did something incorrectly and they're up for $9,000 for a new controller. So, you know, it's still really in its early days in terms of developing that technology. Also had lengthy conversations with my equivalent in Kasserry Coast, and I've got some discussion notes as an attachment, a second attachment to this report. Again, they're doing it for similar reasons that we're considering it, to try and expand the length of operation and reduce cost. I think even from Kasserry Coast is they don't really know if it's going to save them any money yet. They know what the upfront capital cost has cost them. They don't know what the ongoing recurring replacement costs are going to be. How long is the technology going to last? How long are the cameras going to last? What's the replacement cost for those, etc., etc. One of the real costs as well that they're not sure is having these facilities unstaffed. You still need a staff member to go there, pick up the litter, look, you know, mow the lawn, spray the weeds, and all of those sorts of activities. And Kasserry Coast are sending someone to each of their unstaffed facilities every Friday. to do that and taking equipment out there as well. So there's still that cost there that they haven't really got a grapple on yet of what the actual cost benefit of this is going to be. And in discussions with Kasserine Coast, you know, they're not taking the full suite of waste types as what we currently are at our staffed facilities. So the regulated wastes in particular being the oil, the tyres and the batteries, they're not taking them. And, you know, if in the future the technology improved and it became more reliable, I got more confidence in it and I put this forward as a recommendation to actually adopt it, you know, based on my current thinking, I'd be saying that we don't take those waste streams going forward under an unstaffed facility because the risks would be too high. So again, that's sort of a bit of a trade-off. We're giving them more hours, but we're taking less waste types. So, you know, is the convenience more than outweighed by the sort of the disadvantages? So I probably won't go through that table because I've probably given most of the highlights. So I guess the officer's recommendation for this point is that, at least at this point in time, we don't adopt unstaffed transfer stations.
Okay. Councillor Latcham.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And just likewise, I'd like to commend Michael for doing the research on this issue. Obviously, I'm very passionate about this and I do see it as the future. If not now, it's obviously, I'd like to leave the door open that it will be talked about in the near future. I do agree with you that based on Kasserine Coast and Banana, they're only relatively new in this space. They've only been around 12 to 18 months at best. I would probably, a suggestion is that that Toowoomba Regional Council is consulted and possibly asked to present to the or a report based on hopefully you can have a Teams meeting with them so you can ask questions. They've had smart waste transfer stations since 2014, so they've had 8 years experience. And out of that, while Kasserine Coast has listed in the report here as several issues that happened, like someone getting stuck in the actual facility, Toowoomba Regional Council has said they've encountered that as well, but they've actually found a remedy for it. They've got a red button where you can manually open the gates to be able to get out. So they're little things, the solutions that someone who's been doing it for 8 years has more experience than someone who's just been doing it for 1 year. So I'd probably suggest if we could get a report from Toowoomba Regional Council who have runs on the board when it comes to 8 years experience. But ultimately, I do see, like I said, I do see this as the future. It's not for us now. I concede that. We don't want to rush into this. But from the report from Kasserine Coast, as you can see, $120,000 to put it in there, saved them $120,000. So ultimately, from a budget point of view, it obviously stacks up. So if you're replacing technology with cost savings, yes, you will always have to have staff to service every waste transfer station. I guess talking to different people at Lawmac, a lot of councils, because of budget concerns, are considering ultimately how they can get rid of waste transfer stations full stop as a budget measure. Now that's probably not what we want to do, and obviously it's not what they want to do, but sometimes due to budget, they don't have a choice. And that's why Kasserine Coast, in this example, they actually went to smart waste transfer stations because they felt that they weren't in a position, budget-wise, to keep paying out the money they had to keep manning it. So
okay. I think we've got a large agenda. I think we get the point.
Yes.
I think we just need to pace ourselves. We've got the report at the moment. I think in time we come back to it.
Yeah, I'd just like to think that it's not closed, this discussion. It's just leave the door open for...
Just 2 points through the chair is, I don't see, the way I see things is discussions are never closed. Like, you know, I'm always talking with people in the industry and fellow colleagues in other local governments, including Toowoomba. And at any point in time, as things change and things develop, if I think something's a good idea, then I'm gonna bring it to council. So I'm always open and I never close any doors on anything, I guess. Just one other point of clarification. In terms of Kasserine Coast haven't said that it cost them $120,000 to implement and it saved them $120,000. So they're not sure what, if anything, it's going to save them yet. They said they want to run it for 12 months and then they'll know that information.
Do an audit on it then. Okay. Thank you.
I
Peter?
was just going to make one comment. That is, we accept it may change in the future, but this report is really saying that we won't be spending more time investigating it currently because it does. There's a lot of effort from Michael and his team to do this. So we are parking it for now and happy to look again at another date as things develop. But
yeah, that's it. We move on.
The other key thing is what Michael said at the start. I think the community has a service that they seem to accept at the moment. And we've brought our costs down from 900 odd thousand to 600, and I wouldn't be disturbing the community anymore. I'd just let it run, as is.
Change is always difficult. Yeah.
Just a final thing, Mr Mayor, maybe it's something for CQ Rock to consider as a whole regional thing. They might want to consider it in the future.
Future's the future. We'll see where that one goes. Thank you, Councillor Latcham. Councillor Kirkland and Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Kirkland.
Well, thanks, Mr Mayor. It's really just a comment. I just wanted to say thank you, Michael. It's clear that there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and also to you, Councillor Latcham. I'm sure you've done the equivalent of work on your side of things. Yeah. So thank you for raising it. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and certainly if the councils that are currently exploring or being the test run for this turn out that they can mitigate all of the little things. Funny how you mentioned the person getting locked in there. That was the thing that stood out to me. I was like, yeah, that'd be me. I'd be the one stuck in there for sure. So, yeah, thank you very much, Michael, and I just commend and I'm happy to agree with your directive on this one.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd also like to thank Michael for the report and specifically for the recommendations. I think it's wonderful. It's been a long, hard road to get to this point, and Peter hit it on the head. We seem to have landed somewhere where people are comfortable with it. So, Councillor Latcham, I love the way you keep looking for alternatives, so I encourage you to keep doing that. I think the timing is not right. We went to a community, and particularly very much on the breach of legislation and the ramifications of that. So to go back to unmanned stations and risk that again, I just don't think the timing. We have to be very careful that we don't breach trust of our community, and we went with them very open about why we were having to go down this path, and I don't think we're ready. I don't think the technology is there, but I don't think as a region we're ready to go on a different path at this point in time. So thank you, but I think Michael has absolutely hit the nail on the head with this, and I would ask councillors to support the recommendation.
So on that note, Councillor Rutherford, are you happy to move as officer's recommendation? Yep. Could I seek a second to Councillor Latcham? Yep, thank you. Okay, councillors, we've been through a few discussions, and again, thank you, Michael, for your report. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, council. We move on to our last item on the agenda, the gates and grids ones. Again, it's a bit like the waste one, and this one's been going on for a long time, so hopefully we've got some light at the end of the tunnel.
Good afternoon, councillors. So just a really brief report just to let you know that we've got the renewals coming up due on the end of June this year. So that will be for the majority of the permits that we issued out when we first approved the latest Gates and Grids policy. So we're planning to get those mailed out by the end of this month, and basically it'll be a form and a short letter just explaining again to the customers what's going on. We'll need from them that form just reviewing what their details are for the permit. They'll do a self-inspection of the gate or the grid and provide evidence of their current public liability policy insurance. And a fee of $142. So officers will assess this information, and then if everything's looking okay, a new approval will go out. So, so it was just raised as a bit of a concern last year from some councillors about the cost of the renewal. So we have just had a look at some options for how we might bring the cost down of the renewal process. We did look at issuing an indefinite approval, but we have been advised against that just because council's position may change or legislation may change, and we lose sort of control of monitoring some of the things that we need to look at being on a council road. An option we think is probably a reasonable one is to this time around issue the permit for a 5-year period where we had previously settled on a 2-year period. So this reduces the admin requirements of council and also the frequency of what the customer has to do and how often they have to pay this renewal. And this was also consistent with some of the feedback that those customers were giving us when we initially gave those approvals out. They were sort of saying, oh, for this kind of thing, 2 years is just too frequent. So we have just sought some advice from our legal team, and they sort of felt 5 years was probably okay, indefinite would not be. There is an impact on going to the 5 years. It is that little bit longer between us checking that insurances are still valid, that compliance is there, that the ownership is still in the right name and all of those sorts of things. So we will, from an administration point of view, still have to implement some processes throughout, or probably annually, to capture these things. But we're looking at probably just each year sending out a notification to prompt some of that information to come back. But because of the reduction in the charge and how much we would not be getting back in cost recovery, we would probably look at limiting how much time is spent on that. So it would really just be a prompt each year and not too much follow-up. So one concern we are just probably expecting from some of the customers is we do have a few customers that own multiple gates or grids. So that's what this table at the bottom here is showing. So we have one owner owns 12 gates or grids. So he is going to be, or he or she is going to be, fairly impacted when he receives the renewals, and that is going to be a decent renewal fee for him. And you can just see there are 2 people with 9, 1 person with 8. So we know that will be an impact. We've considered putting in some sort of sliding scale fee structure or something like that, but that will be difficult to implement, and really, regardless of how many a person has, it's still the same amount of work to maintain that licence or that permit. It's a different location, it's a different assessment. So we're sort of advising against going down that process. Probably one other thing I did just want to flag with the $142, this fee we set in the previous period at $127, but because it's grouped in the development application fees, it went up 10% in the last fee update. So maybe that was a bit much, especially given we haven't done a renewal yet. So it was really just an offer now before we do issue out the renewal, if we do want to do anything with that fee, or if we're happy just to proceed, and just to let you know that there may be a little bit of community concern.
Thanks, Hayley. Peter?
Yeah, so this really is just a heads up. We've never run this process before. We did the fee application and registration and issued that first permit. The 2 years has gone very quickly. It's worked quite well, but as Hayley said, we're about to write to, 336 permit holders, telling them that there is a renewal cost of $142.
All right, thanks.
Well, if council wants to go down the 5-year pass, we could actually do it even now with a resolution that says council wants the policy change to extend the permit period from 2 to 5 years, which would reduce the cost. The 142 becomes, under $30 a year, doesn't it? Yeah.
Councillor Rutherford, thanks, Peter. Councillor Rutherford, then Councillor Kirkland.
Mr Mayor, if I could probably give some feedback on behalf of my community, probably a little more than Hayley. And thank you, Hayley. You've done a great job of covering that there. But I guess where the rural community is still at is that they're waiting. They were quite happy to go down the process of trying to get all the grids and gates registered and know who owns them all. But they're still sitting a little bit in limbo, waiting for a review of the gates and grids policy to find out exactly what's going to happen. A lot of them, some of these people that have got, you know, the 12 and the 9, have put their name down on behalf of other properties. So a lot of these grids are really have been put in by a number of property owners and shared. And then now they were worried about the insurance, because if 2 people have got the same grid insured, then there becomes, and something goes wrong, there becomes an argument about which insurance company pays out. So for the legalities of it all, you'll find that some people have taken on the responsibility of the grids on behalf of a lot of the landholders in that area. And they were happy to do that. Not so happy now if they think they're going to be paying, you know, $1,600, $1,800 worth of fees annually to keep these grids, biannually. You know, it's another cost on, you know, a business that is trying, or an industry that's, you know, really trying to keep their costs down. In most cases, they maintain them. Our staff that are out on the roads will pick up fairly quickly if there is a grid that hasn't been looked after, and they're pretty quick to let the owner know and have it fixed. So I would really ask the table to consider, my first option would be to take the fee away completely. If the table isn't prepared to do that, whether they will consider doing the 5-year option. You know, I just think even at this point, the fact that we are still reviewing the gates and grids policy, that to hit people up for a fee at the moment may be a little bit preemptive of what's going to happen in the future. So, you know, once again, I would push maybe for no fee, but if I can't sort of win people over on that, then an extension to 5 years would be the next option.
Just through the chair, I do just want to respond to the shared arrangement. We do understand there's about 45, just off the top of my head, that are shared that we have in our system, and we have had to work out how to manage that. So we do have them in there set up as a separate type as shared, and we do have, you know, 2, in some cases 3 people all linked to one structure. And in the fees, we are looking to only halve that fee when that goes out. So each shared person is paying half of the fee. We've sort of tried to implement that for those shared ones.
Yeah.
Can I just add one little thing about the policy review? The policy has worked for virtually every case out of bar 1 or 2. So the plan is really not to change the policy in any major way. It really is only that 5-year versus 2. There's one other thing that I'm careful not to mix issues here. We are looking and seeing if council has any appetite to introduce into the policy that no new gates are put on roads that have multiple parties using that road. So to explain that, it means you can put a gate at the end point on the road because that's your security into your property. But if you want to put a gate earlier out and multiple people use that, we're going to say no in the future. you have to put a grid in. And the second component would be that we offer a program where we subsidise grids, maybe by 50%, and we, over 3 years, offer that to people to come in and change their existing gate to a grid. A grid is roughly $6,500, so it'd be, you know, a bit over 3,000 contribution by council. We could cap the number of per year, so we knew budgetary, but it would also maybe prompt a transition for some of these gates to move into grids. So if there's an appetite for that, we would bring back a report with that in it and adjust our policy. That's the main thing that's sitting out there.
Okay, thanks, Peter. A couple of questions. Councillor Latcham and Councillor Kirkland.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through to Peter. So, Peter, can you just refresh my memory? What's the current? All the grids that we've put in, did we do a deal with the owners, or did we actually put in at council's expense?
No, the grids to date have been put in by the third party, the owner.
The owner,
yeah. The owner. And all that council did is, in the regulating and getting these registered properly, we agreed to accept existing gates and grids in place. We inspected them, and we also assisted with signage to bring it up to regulation standards.
So is there any additional cost to council, to an ongoing cost for these grids, or is it...
Our ongoing, well, not physical maintenance, no. The ongoing cost is administrative, that we're making sure they meet the conditions. They've got insurance, they're checking it because it's on our public road, and it's their asset.
So I'm just trying to see a justification for $142 over 5 years. So.
It's administrative,
yes.
and sending letters.
Okay. That's fine. And I guess from as I see the numbers there, it's about 85% of them will pay $500 or less over the 5 years, so $100 a year. So that's majority of them, clear majority.
And these are primary producers. That's why they have the gates and the grids there for their business operation. I'm not sure whether they'd even be able to claim that on their tax as a cost to their business.
And I guess the alternative for them is to fence their roads. So it's really quite a benefit to them to be putting this structure in council's roads. So we kind of just need to make sure that we're meeting our obligations, making sure it's safe, making sure we've got the insurances. So there is a bit in it for us. And it doesn't always go really smoothly when you issue out a renewal for even other licences. Often there's follow-up or inquiries, and so it can take a bit of time.
Yeah.
Can I just finish with one more? Are we aware? Is the council aware of how many more grids possibly could be going in?
There's not a lot of applications for this. I think in the last 12 months.
2 or 3, I think we've had new, yeah. And then just on the note of the policy position and changes, I guess regardless of where we end up on the gates issue, there will still be a requirement for some type of renewal and permit process, regardless of whether it's a gate or a grid. So we think we've more or less got it right, especially if we move to the 5 years. And after this renewal process, we'll have a better understanding of how much it's really cost us to do the process, and yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirkland, and back to Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just quickly, I think you've actually answered part of my question, which was about how often these not how often, but when you put the renewal notices out, it's all in one go, is it? It's not as per the construction of so it's not staggered as per construction date? In May. Okay.
Yeah, so they'll...
Yep. Perfect. The way you were talking, I thought, sounds like it's a common date. So that's good. And I also appreciate what Councillor Rutherford has said over there with regards to no fees until all of the rest is sorted out. Hearing what you've said there, Peter, that it's pretty well all done and dusted. There's not much more to add to that policy. I'd be supportive of the 5-year term, and I understand that the administrative is a resource that needs to be recovered. Yeah.
Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, probably just a couple of things. Sorry, I was under the impression when we were talking about policies at one point where Gladstone took over ownership of all the grids. Gladstone Regional Council. So I thought that was one of the options we were looking at moving forward as well. So that's why I kept thinking that the policy was being reviewed, which would have, if that was the case, then this would be obsolete. So that's where I was coming from, that.
Sorry, I remember that now. And we were looking at that, but to a degree we've parked it because the existing policies seems to be working fine, and the Gladstone one, there was considerable cost, and it didn't go exactly as they planned either. So that's why we've put it aside. I won't say that you never should look at it, but right now, I think what we've got now is working quite effective.
And that's fine, I get that, but that's what I was getting at. And probably just the other point is that fencing properties is not always an option, because the dams are often, these roads just historically go through the middle of properties, and you may have cattle and the dam, their water supply on another. So sometimes grids and gates are the only option property owners have. So it's, part of what they have to do. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirkland. Councillor Fisher, did you have a question, or was that a fly?
Lots of flies. I'm getting plenty of protein today.
No, you're right. We're just doing an amendment to that recommendation there, Councillor. So, Councillor Fisher, that they amend the licence terms for the gates and grids to 5 years. Is that, if that's suitable, or could I seek a mover and a second with regards to the officer's recommendation, the committee recommendation? Moved Councillor Rutherford, seconded Councillor Wickerson. Further question?
Yeah, sorry, just quick. Can I just clarify that it is a one-off charge over the 5 years, but it's not an annual charge? Correct. Okay.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor, if there are no further questions, I'll put that recommendation. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, no notice of motion, no questions on notice, no urgent business. I'd like to thank you all for your attendance, and I'll close the meeting. Thank you. Councillors, we have...
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Quarter past. Yep. Okay, thank you, councillors. I'd like to open the special meeting for the 17th of May. And could I put in a leave, acknowledge the leave of absence from Councillor Smith? Happy to move. Seek a seconder, Councillor Kirkland. Put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried. Declarations on matters of the agenda. Budget meeting, councillors. There shouldn't be anything there that jumps out, but if it does, please raise it at the time. Councillors, I'm going to call for a recess, a 10-minute recess, and come back at 1:25. So could I seek a mover and a seconder with regards to that? Councillor Wickerson, Councillor Mathers. I'll put that. Those in favour. Those opposed. Motion's carried. Thank you, councillor. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine. Everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line. Ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Could I seek a mover and a seconder that we resume the meeting? Councillor Wickerson, seconded Councillor Rutherford. I'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. We need to move into closed session, councillors, in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3, Local Government Regulations 2012. Local government may resolve to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items such that the council and the council's matters considered necessary to close the meeting. We have an item there, 2022-23 budget briefing. Could I seek a mover and a seconder that we move into closed session? I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Kirkland. We'll put that. Those in favour? Those opposed? Motion's carried. And I'll need a mover and a seconder that we move into closed session. Move Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Kirkland. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea.
Thanks, councillors. That the meeting be adjourned until tomorrow afternoon to resume at 2:30 to continue the budget deliberations for 22-23. I'm happy to move and seek a seconder with regards to that one. Seconded Councillor Fisher. I'll put that. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion's carried. Thanks very much, councillors. We'll see you all back at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, close. Just Councillor Latcham, just a quick reminder, councillors.
Are we still live?
Yeah, close. Finish.